Alright, so Turnabout Succession, beginning of chapter 4. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason System, ASSG Studios, all right reserved. We see two screens of digital data. One in blue, when there's a person on the line, vitals, 82 pulse. Then been shot, flat line, and then it's in order to understand it myself, I had to know the story of these last 7 long years. Then we go into the orange part when we see the poker game, bonk on the head, the guy that's been killed. Nothing happens by chance, all is connected. 7 years ago, 2 guns firing, a person in the middle, blood splatters all over. Back to Aura, and now you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. Go back to the orange. Now we see the lady, the young girl, collapsing on her back. Static. Screen shut down. Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Now we see an image of Christoph Gavin for some reason. So is he the defendant? October 7th, 10:37 a.m. Write Anything Agency.
Hey, Apollo! Look on TV! Look!
Yeah, I'm kind of busy.
Whoa, look at that! He's the last Grammary, alright? Amazing! ... Apollo! You should be watching this!
Ow, 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 ow! What? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal.
Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why not? This case was 3 months ago!
Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how La Miroir disappeared.
Oh, that's right! Uncle Valiant did an illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now!
I was just getting to the good parts. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal of the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Governor's concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happens here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grammary is performing for the first time in 7 years. Alright, now we see a picture of black and white of the Grammaries. We see Valiant. An old picture of him from 7 years ago. Oh, maybe more than that. More than that. More than that. Probably, how long have they been gone? 20 years? So now we have, Zach Grammary, who's supposedly Trucy's dad. And we see a woman in the middle. She's quite nice. But yeah, it's a black and white picture.
That's going to be great! I'm so there! You and Daddy are coming too!
The legendary Grammaries. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he'd be on that stage performing miracles.
I've got the ticket and everything! Is yours, Apollo?
Magic show ticket receive. Ticket to the premiere showing of A Grand Illusion by the magician Valiant Grammary. Squeak. Ah, you're here. Working hard or hardly working? Who's that? Oh, it's Phoenix. Oh, you're here. Working hard or hardly working? Hey, how have you been? How you been?
Hi there, stranger.
Not exactly the kind of greeting I would want to hear from my own kid. Though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you.
Yay! Pudding! I love pudding! Oh, it's farm fresh! And not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups! I'll have to brace myself.
Well, I'm beat.
That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know.
How right you are. So, you still can't tell us what your mission is? ... Maybe it is time. It has nothing to do with you anyway. Huh? With me?
Oh! Maybe you're getting a top secret mission too! Maybe you could be one of those guys. A spy!
Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me, you've heard of the juris system, yes?
The juris system?
That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about.
Have you heard of it, Apollo?
Huh? Maybe? ... Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The juris system, huh?
So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing?
Oh, well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is?
I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if guys is innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo?
Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the juris system.
No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor!
Not quite that harsh. The jurists cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. Ah, and there will only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right?
Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo!
Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now.
I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show. Starring Dr. Wright.
Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! Secret mission. So, what is this secret mission? Oh, the juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo.
Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kinda like you, Apollo!
I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will.
I don't like tests.
We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurists. I'll be the one helping with that process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Juris System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidate, even the judge and the courtroom. Whoa! You get to pick everyone? How's that gonna be fair? How is that partial?
Wow, it's like you have a real job!
I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is.
A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting.
So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it's the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Like another murder.
Good thinking! No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious.
True, the case is a murder. That's not simple at all!
By simple, did you mean that the defendant is simple?
Guilty, yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. Wait, what? Am I the defense to turn down this simulation? Well, yeah, you're defending, of course. The trial starts tomorrow. Recall what I said has something to do with you?
Go for it, Apollo! It's just a test case anyway, no sweat.
Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in the worst case scenario. Ah, you mean the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I hearing only about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Something that happened last night. Valiant Grammary.
Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about the secret mission. But what about this? The True Grammary Grand Magic Show.
Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks.
They're not card tricks! They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth collapse.
So what? That's 3 whole days from now.
It's the Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go! Let's go today! We can say hi to Uncle Valiant.
Have fun.
What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing.
Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me.
Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum.
Suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Grammary. That reminds me. He hands over a letter, a pink letter.
What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Grammary seal?
Yeah, it's a seal. It's a profile drawing of a magician with the silk top hat with a mustache, but it looks like a Chinese character, but not really. Consider it a birthday present, Trucy.
Thanks, it's great, but today isn't my birthday.
Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Today, I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present.
Yippee! So it's plastic!
I'm giving up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So, what is it?
Can I open it, Daddy?
No.
Huh?
You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Dot, dot, dot.
Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then?
Because that would be the logical thing to do. And Phoenix doesn't do logic. Grammar envelope update. An envelope for Mr. Right. Do not open until the time is right. An envelope about the Grammaries, huh? Let me check it. Yeah. There is a signature on the back. Looky here, a handwritten signature. It says, I can't read it.
That seems odd to me. I mean, isn't a signature intended to show ownership? What's the use if no one can read it?
Isn't it enough if you can read your own?
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
Yeah, there's a seal. Can I zoom in? Yeah, it's another Grammary. Yeah, so there's a wax seal and there's the Grammary seal on it as well. So what does it say? Grammary Magic Ink. So is that Grammary stationery? It must be. So yeah, it's probably an envelope made by the Grammaries. So we're probably gonna have to ask one of the Grammaries to see what it's about. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do! I mean, I'm going to be defending, aren't I? Do I need to prepare? Oh, if all goes well, then yes, of course. This is just a test. We want everyone to start without preconception. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose. I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good! That's better! But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of the trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo? If I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Exclamation mark. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright? I would recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, well, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk.
Well, time's a-wasting.
Yeah, another client that I can't talk with. The first one didn't want to be represented because it was her fiancé who got us the job. The second one doesn't even speak English. What's gonna be the excuse for this one? Is she mute? Okay, we've done everything. Let's move. We can go to the detention center or Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go to Sunshine first. Ah. Oh, okay. The magic show card has the same seal as on the envelope, in the same color. The post has the same color as well. There's a hot air balloon with the Gramarye seal in the air, and it says Gramarye Magic Show, True Gramarye, blah blah blah. But it's the same stadium. But there's still the Blue Badger giving up balloons, and there's a crowd, and there are two tents. The two tents used to sell Gaviner's merch is actually selling Gramarye Troop Gramarye's merch. Sorry, I'm in the middle of eating a brownie. But I need to keep some space in my stomach if there ever is an encounter with Emma and I need to snack.
Woohoo! This is it, Apollo! The place where magic and dreams converge!
Just a while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converge.
Let's go say hi to Uncle Valiant!
What about the case?
Only a performer laughs like that.
To young Miss Trucy, how often I hope we meet again only to tell myself it was an impossible dream.
Gee, Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too.
Of course you are.
Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits.
Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you.
Actually, we came to wish you good luck. And congratulations on your big magic show!
Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform.
Yeah, you're amazing. We get the picture.
The world will watch in wonderment as magnified illusions are reborn. Here on stage by my hand.
Okay, so let's talk to the big magic show.
Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Gramarye Miracle is back after a 7-year absence?
Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his.
Oh, Daddy.
My co-magician in training, Zach Gramarye, if that terrible thing hadn't.
It's okay.
Your father was a great magician, Cersei. If he were alive, then I, valiant Gramarye, would have been proud to stand upon this stage as his assistant.
Thanks, Uncle Valiant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnify's illusions again.
She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? Magnify Gramarye.
My mentor, the magnificent Magnify Gramarye, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations.
I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound.
I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished.
For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Gramarye Troop's secret, it falls to me to provide one. It is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you?
If the world was waiting, why did you hold off for 7 long years?
It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as the law, which govern our land?
I have, though. I'm not sure it qualifies as magic.
The performance of Magnify's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more!
7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it?
And why was that?
A little matter called performance rights, Miss Cersei.
Oh. So, yeah, the magic tricks were copyrighted. So, for 7 years, he couldn't perform until today because the rights are going to be lifted. Let's see how the law goes.
Can you tell us about these performance rights?
Magnify's magic rely on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, as such was protected by property laws.
Intellectual property, maybe.
Magnify knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person.
You mean him?
Yes. Miss Cersei, it was your father. Zach Gramarye was the inheritor of the Gramarye miracle.
Oh. Okay. He was the inheritor, then he died. But he wasn't officially deceased, but by law, after 7 years of missing, it was going to be declared deceased. And that's going to be, the past are going to the next of kin. So unless he has a will that says that he give it to his own daughter, they'll go straight to Valiant. I think this is what I'm thinking of.
Daddy!
Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago.
I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct?
In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your competence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years.
Oh!
Yes, Miss Cersei, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnify passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by Magnify himself.
Is that how it works, Apollo?
Well, yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently.
Daddy!
Okay, so, let's present him something.
A challenge, is it? You want me to take that, to make that disappear?
No, it's a ticket to your show, you dumbass.
Very well, give it to me.
No, thanks. Are all magicians like this?
Although, what was that look just now?
I was just thinking how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Alright, how about the badge? Don't try and make my badge disappear. Oh, he's gonna do it. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Aha! Why, that bears the Grammary seal.
Uncle Valiant, is something wrong?
Lucy, where did you get this?
Huh? Daddy gave it to me.
Your daddy? Your my partner, Zach Graham.
No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright.
Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy?
Lord Daddy? That's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing a bit.
This signature up on the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Grammary.
What? Daddy signed this?
Might I be so bold as to open it?
I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Okay, let's check this.
Look, Apollo, a balloon, a hot air balloon.
With the Grammary seal on it, no less.
Well, this is a long-awaited revival after all, and it's been 7 years, you know. I've spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion.
I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Valiant.
Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you.
They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. You know, I thought this at the time of the Governor's concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge.
It's got a big sounding name too, Sunshine Coliseum, was it?
Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be?
What? Really? Yeah!
The grand finale will be nothing other than...
Don't tell me you're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right?
Ah.
Oh. Oops. Looks like my guess was right. ...
Apollo! I can't believe you use your power of perception on something like this!
It was just a wild guess, really. They've changed the sign since our last case.
It was all Governors back then, wasn't it?
I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happened this time.
But it shall! Why, their show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you.
I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal.
I don't think lawyers and magicians are really meant to have conversations like this.
Hey, that creature there. He was handing out balloons during our last case, too.
He's not a creature, Apollo! Poor guy.
Oh, sorry, was I mean somehow?
You know how hot it is inside one of those suits? He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands out each balloon as though they were his last.
Kinda takes the fun out of seeing the Blue Badger. Oh shit, I just realized one of the NPCs, he's having a pig sweater with a red beret and he's painting. I bet that this right there is Maurice. As long as it doesn't smell. Alright, let's get out of there. Oh, I never examined Charlie. The plant. It intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really, it's just the only thing in there that doesn't have some secret function. No secret, but lots of memories. And the name too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie. If you were curious. Really? I wasn't! I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space.
You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box.
You should really examine your props before the show. That hat, is that a spare? Looks exactly like the one you always wear.
That's the first rule of professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic.
Or like fingerprint powder.
Oh, careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into the table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day.
Why not get a more sturdy table?
Maybe the table is partially to blame.
There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. Ah, those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know. Those would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do magic too, a scary thought.
Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo?
No, I'm just touching it.
Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There.
Youch!
You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there.
The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in the shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? Magic props. No one's practicing the piano as usual. Even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere.
Okay, Apollo, I'm going to guess what you're thinking right now.
What? Was I making a funny face or something?
Arg, I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am.
There's no of course about it, you guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I was thinking, it's what you're thinking.
How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo!
At least you've got that pudding.
That's right.
Try not to eat my share, will you? That magician in the photo, is that your...
My real daddy, yup. Zach Gramarye.
Well, this one doesn't have a mustache. And a beard. Well, it's an old pic.
He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like.
I see. She's smiling, but I bet that smile doesn't go very deep. Alright, let's go to the detention center. October 7, detention center, visitors room. ... Trucy ... That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes.
Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us.
You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always worked that way.
Like shouting, "Oh, waiter!" and they're standing right behind you. Oh, guard! Is our client going to be much longer?
What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Wait, so the client is here? Huh? Yeah, she's standing next to the frame. Eek! Well, where did you come from? Yeah, she's very shy. ... Well, anyway, please, have a seat. ... Trucy ...
I'm nervous, Apollo.
It's the silence that builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you?
That's right. Okay. Ta-da! Mr. Hat!
I'm the amazing Mr. Hat.
Dot dot dot. Dud. You made her faint.
Ah, she passed out!
Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet.
That's magic panties, Apollo!
Okay, she wakes up. Introduction. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know. Dot dot dot. And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? Dot dot dot.
I can tell you mine if you'd like, Apollo.
No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seems destined to get difficult clients, it seems. Your name? So, what's your name? Dot dot dot. Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice.
And I'm Trucy Wright.
I know, this is getting nowhere fast. The case? Hey, I know. Maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Dot dot dot. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately?
Well, the other day this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me direction.
Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask direction myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand the spare a little better now.
You did good, Apollo.
Oh, she's holding something. Looks like a bottle of perfume or some cosmetic of some sorts. And there is the handle looks like a hand. It's a crystal bottle.
Look, she's doing her nails.
Oh, it's nail polish. What? Are nails more important than the fans? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy.
Excuse me?
Huh?
Could you?
Wait.
Could you read this?
Sure. Then she hides behind the wall. I feel like a teenager on the first date. And this is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at the school.
Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo!
Okay, it's a business card with a name and address. Vera Misham. Is that your name? The name is Vera Misham. The address is for Drew Studio. Vera's card added to the court record. And you're giving me this card because... Vera ... Well, looks like we're finished here.
I wonder if Joe's studio is the scene of the crime.
Let's go find out. Drew Studio. Alright, October 7, Drew Studio. So here we have some sort of painting. No, it's a studio. It's an art studio, very recluse. There are three canvas who are standing. One is landscape. One is basically a deep sea, colorful imagery, pufferfish. And the third one is pretty abstract. It looks like a clown. And there's a fourth one that looks like a Van Gogh type behind the cabinet. There's some sort of closet with a lot of white blank canvas hidden beside some a red sheet. There's some sort of a mailbox planted on the wall next to the door inside the room. And there's a draw line of people who died here with some paintbrushes and stuff like that. There's a teacup. There's a coffee mug with something that looks like a mustache print on it. The coffee table looks like a sawed-off half log, and there's paint that fell on the floor. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio.
It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring.
Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene.
Apollo, look at those paintings.
Yeah, don't touch those.
It's okay, I'm just looking.
Sorry. Oh, this is a giant peach.
Apollo, look at this one.
Yeah, this one is incomplete. There's a bit of black, there's a corner of the paint that's like black and white. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath.
But that's odd, the rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all.
Yeah, it looks metallic. Like there's, it looks like it's, like a part of the Eiffel Tower or the Tokyo Tower. Yeah, good point. That is odd. True mission paintings after the court record. Obtained at True Studio, only half finished. The rough sketch is still visible.
All the paintings are really different styles, too.
Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Yeah, she's eating snacks.
Anna! Long time no see!
Oh? Snack. Seems like I run into you far too often. I bet I know why you're here too. Do you know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, it was Gil, the artist who owns it, the studio that is. Mr. Drew Misham.
Mission!
And his daughter was put under arrest. Snack. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center.
Just funny though. She seems more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder.
You don't say. Snack. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murder's a woman.
Poisoning?
Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'll be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over there with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Let's examine the place. So, here's the red mailbox.
That letterbox looks funny sitting inside of a room like this.
Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Okay. So the guy doesn't even have to go open the door to get his mail. Okay, I got another snack. I got 2 left. Mr. Misham would put his letter in the air. And the postman took them away. Oh, okay. So he will never go out of his room even to post mail.
Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather.
I'll have a little something to drink to wash off the snackoos. Okay. So there's a painting in the back of the cabinet.
Hey! There's a painting in the back there!
Hey, you're right!
What if it's embarrassing somehow and you didn't want anyone to see it?
You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. Huh? It's so normal. Yeah, it's like the complete version of the painting that's, Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a painting of Momotaro by the river, who's born from a giant peach. That's hardly something to get mad about. Huh?
What is it, Apollo?
Well, does this painting look like... Never mind. Question mark. I better get a professional opinion on this. Hidden painting found at Drew's studio. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use.
Guests?
Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Okay, snack, but I'm gonna pace it because I'm not hungry anymore. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug.
Aha! So the poison was in here! This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee.
I would hope so. Oh, another snack. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee, but there's a chemical reaction on the top. On the tip of the cup. Never mind.
What?
You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Coffee mug added to the court record. Okay.
Eek, Apollo! That's where the body was!
That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. Put the coffee mug on to his lip, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. Okay, now I'm -1. And that's my last box. I should have bought more. So I'm down one snack. You know what? Fuck it. It's gonna be the brownies. I'm gonna take a brownie bite. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died.
Wow, a true artist to the end.
Or maybe he started with a year ago with procrastinating. And another one. Yeah, it's gonna be all brownies. So yeah, today I'm gonna be finishing my snacks.
I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know, how they so thick. Is that the word?
Though these paints are all dry. I'm just surprised how different these all are.
Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one?
It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below.
That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished part.
I noticed. That is weird. Okay, I can go right. Yeah, the other part of the studio does not look like an art studio at all. There's a microscope, a computer, a sketch table. This looks like X-ray pictures. There's some sort of machine, I don't know what it's for. There's shelves with all the different kinds of paint. There's a desk with a mannequin, a picture, a very small frame, This is basically a feather duster for eraser. And yeah, there's a drawer inside of this desk.
Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green?
That'll be enough of that, thanks.
What is all this equipment here for? Doesn't look very artistic, really.
He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment is a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all of this? From the dust, I'd say he hadn't used this stuff for years. Third snack. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio.
Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin.
This is a crime scene, Jose.
But this costs like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Isn't this desk for painting, Apollo?
That would be a drafting table.
Drafting?
Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams.
Wow, painting is harder than I thought.
Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? There's a microscope as well in a computer. A digital microscope. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Okay, there's a wood mannequin. This is the Robaxa set mascot. Something about the way that figure is posed. Pointing the finger.
I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gesture. Objection!
Please, I am a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence?
Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy?
Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a pointy end. That was most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk.
Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma.
Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Is this a journal?
Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it.
Da da da.
What is it, Apollo?
He didn't write the name of the...
He didn't write the name of the killer, did he?
It's new. He didn't write a single line.
Ah, you had me going for a while there. Cute! Look at the tiny frame, Apollo!
Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that?
None, apparently it's empty.
There's no glass in it either. What's he doing sitting on the desk?
This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames.
There's another picture frame. This is Vera and her dad. So this is Drew Misham?
And this little girl must be Vera.
Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Ah! Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh. Right. Oh, there's a red envelope coming out of the drawer. This envelope has been opened and resealed.
Oh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool, huh?
Whoever did this wasn't so delicate.
You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh?
The
Postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago.
Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I better hang on to this. Red envelope added to the court record. Have I checked everything? Seems like it. Emma, I was wondering if you could take a look at this. Look, I'm a detective. A detective! You can't just ask me any old thing and expect an answer, okay? I think you need to be a little more focused in your inquiries. Scientifically, even. Somehow I knew she would get around to science. Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here, the hidden one. That one? What about it? What about it?
Yeah, what about it, Apollo?
Take a closer look at it, both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on.
Hey, they're the same.
I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right, though. Blue Mission was copying this painting.
Wow, it's pretty good.
Copying a painting? What for? Oh. The victim, the defendant, and forensic science. And she's eating.
So this, Drew Mission was some kind of artist?
Apparently, did a lot of illustration for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Snack, -4.
Oh, well I guess this stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance.
Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? It was an odd bird mission. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end.
What do you mean, to anyone?
He was always locked up here in this studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through all letters he would put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters?
What do you mean, Apollo?
I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use emails and stuff these days? Not Mr. Mission. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. But why is there? Why does he have a computer on the other side of the office? Snack. He did everything by mail.
Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know?
Letterbox added to the court record. In any case, the only person beside him allowed here was his daughter, Vera. Snack again.
You mean the killer?
The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. Snack again. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's, basically.
Basically?
Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently.
His first interview ever?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Snack again. So, this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside.
She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura.
She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. Snack again. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she would die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave if she was allowed her good luck charm for company.
Her good luck charm?
Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client?
Why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad?
Don't look at me. Snack. So, about the poison, it was found to be his coffee, right? No, not precisely.
Not precisely? What does that mean?
It means see for yourself, I think. Night of the crime. Like I said, last time was the first time someone from the outside came to the studio. Snack again. I guess the mysterious painter who never go outside makes for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. At around 9 p.m. every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. At 9 a.m.? 9 p.m. Wait. 9 in the evening. Coffee at 9? So he doesn't sleep? Sorry. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill.
And he died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see?
He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father this coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Snack again. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Forensic science. I bet Emma could help us out here.
Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo.
Huh? What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking... I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at the crime scene, Snack 11? What is it we always do? Scientifically? Ah, you know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Okay. So now she's cooperating. Okay, so... The copy painting? About this painting. Oh, Dad, quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Okay, let's try the coffee cup. So, about this coffee mug. I hope you aren't trying to grill me for information. You know I'm not talking. I suppose you are the detective here. Why don't you two take a look at yourself? If you find a clue, I might not be unwilling to lend you a hand. Snack 12.
I think she's going to help us, Apollo.
Let's check out this mug, shall we? Okay, let's check the mug. So there's the signature. So this is Misham. And it ends with the tail of a mustache.
Hey, look there! That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo.
That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Blue Mountain coffee? Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... Better ask Emma. Let's check the red envelope. Yeah, it's tied together with a rope. There's even an X on it.
Apollo, look, it's been opened once here.
You're right. I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside.
Should I try to get it open and then stick it back shut?
Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea.
Emma, let's ask her.
Okay. How about the... Yeah, it's a half circular letterbox. You cannot interact with it. Okay, so this is the abstract. Is there a signature somewhere? Well, what do we have here? It looks like a person thinking about something.
Maybe they're worried?
Like, what should I have for supper? A hot dog or a hamburger?
You know, I've always wondered about that. Why is there supper and dinner? Are they different meals or the same thing?
Maybe that's what this person's thinking about. Puffer fish? Is that a puffer fish?
Apollo, that's clearly a porcupine fish.
They're not the same thing.
You know what gets me? They've got all these needles, right? But what's protecting that soft spot on the lower belly there? Nothing!
Must remember to keep Trucy away from small round fish. Wait, this is the part that's
Apollo, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch.
Oh, looks like it was only half completed.
Oh, that's funny. Do the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you too?
They do actually. What's all that? What's that all about?
Hey, Apollo, this painting, I know it.
Really?
Yeah, it's that story where the old woman is doing the wash in the river, and this giant peach comes floating on down.
That might possibly be the strangest thing I ever heard. Alright, let's present the coffee cup. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Huh? Oh, that! Well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's leftover from my testing spray.
Forensic science! I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma.
It's not a hobby.
So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to?
This spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So, the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right, see? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it onto the ring of the mug itself.
Wow, science is amazing!
Certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more.
You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery would get you everywhere.
It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinin.
Huh?
Atroquinin, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited, but best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poison, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effect to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown that that's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details.
I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right?
Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this.
I'm gonna try too, Emma. Pretty please, pretty please.
You don't have to ask twice. I already use it on everything suspicious, of course.
Yay! Let's give it a whirl, Apollo!
Ah, my eyes! What are you doing?
I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you.
How's this for a reaction? Never do that again! I'm not poisonous!
Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand.
Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we?
Too bad, no reaction there.
I'm sure Emma checked all the likely spots. Wait a second.
What is it, Apollo?
Did you spray that little desk over there?
I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know?
Let's check it out, just to be sure. Oh. The small frame is reacting.
Eek! A reaction, Apollo!
Ah! Where?
The inside of that cute little frame! Look!
Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Chusy.
I'm known to work magic!
Never mind, I was the one who found it. Tiny frame added to the court record. Frame measuring 2 inches by 2 inches bear traces of deadly poison natural quinine. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the only other place that was poison in any case. Let's check it out. There's the ledge. Looks like you have to take this back part off to put a photo inside.
There'd have to be a very small photo to fit in here.
True, and that pale bluish stain. Why would there be poison on something like this?
Well, there's one obvious reason. Whoever put poison in the coffee rubbed a bit on there, too.
That's not very obvious, you see. Emma, about this envelope. Oh, that! Yes, why, that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy.
Someone opened this, didn't they?
My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all.
Ah! You mean you were the one who ripped it open?
Ah, please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side.
Weapon?
Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on.
You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little price can open big doors.
Never heard that one, but it's a good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer.
X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist?
That's right. At least, that's what I call it.
Huh?
It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that?
So basically it lets you see inside of things, like envelopes?
That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. But it's a bit more complicated than that in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically.
Can I try it out, Emma? Please? Please, 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 please?
Oh, I suppose. Of course, I already checked out everything suspicious myself.
Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo!
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead.
Point that thing at me anymore and it might all fall out.
Then I wouldn't need an x-ray machine to see through it.
Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. I just so happen to have a lottery ticket here. Scan. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope.
Layer view?
You've got it to set to display the outside of the envelope now, see? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial here with right thumbstick up, down, left, and right for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan.
Hey, I got something!
See? That's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see the paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys.
Wow, really?
This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? Okay, well, I think it means that you read one depth, then you go lower, you read another depth, and then you go lower, you read another depth, and so on and so on and so on, until you get the whole thing. That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would.
Rubbing? Like going all over the image with L, thumbstick, up, down, left, right, while holding X?
Ah, yes, rubbing. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too.
Hey, I get it! We just keep doing this until we get the whole thing!
Exactly, not bad.
Neat! Let's do some more!
So you have to spin it clockwise. Lottery 0007. Big winner. Okay, let's print this one out. Lottery 0007, big winner.
Woohoo! I'm a big winner!
See? This is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now, let's try out on the real thing, shall we? Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the design account. Please send a receipt. Once you've confirmed the transfer. Okay, let's print this one out.
Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? This painting must be really valuable.
There's another page in there. Care to take a look?
You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all.
It goes with the second page then. Sign the paper and the envelope. Sign the paper and send it in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 5 days. I need not remind you to speak of it to no one. Three days. Within 3 days.
So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings.
Why all the secrecy though? And
what?
Why was this letter the only one in there? It's 7 years old, right?
Maybe it has some special significance to him. Well, Emma?
Well, indeed. She knows something else she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. Red envelope updated in the court record. Found the victim's desk drawer containing 2 sheets of writing paper. So Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? Oh, I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear.
I thought so.
I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Spark Brushel.
Brushel?
He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you?
Really strange.
Does raise a few questions. Snack. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. 13. Well, I hear he's on the beat today too. 14. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not true, see, that leaves only one other person.
It wasn't Valiant Grammary by any chance, was it?
Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. Snack 14. So he's out interviewing Valiant Grammary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter card if you want. That reporter's card. Russell's card added to the court record. Emma, about this painting. Oh, that? Quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. Guess she wants us to do a little footwork on our own first. Valiant Grammary, Place Sunshine Color Museum, doors open at 10, $70.
Are you ready, Apollo?
Ready for what?
For what? For the Trip Grammary Grand Magic Show!
It's not like I'm getting up on stage or anything.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You can't enjoy magic if you're not part of what's going up on stage. I'll lend you my spare costume if you need one.
Huh? You mean I can't go on like this?
No.
Doesn't get more straightforward than that.
What a pretty business card. Looks like a postcard almost.
And on the back, just her name.
That seems odd to me.
What does?
Why write your name on the front and the back of the card? Why not use a space on the back for self-portrait or a caricature?
Then people will remember what...
People will remember what you look like, too.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Here, give me one of your cards, Apollo.
She's drawing something. Hey, my hair's not that spiky. Alright, let's go to Sunshine. Let's use a Brussels card on that magician. So, a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seem to commit this mystery to paper.
His name was Brushel.
Brushel.
I think he remembers him.
Does not look too happy about it. Brushel. That cloying smell of mint when he smiles, yes.
Could you tell us more about him? What did he want?
Oh, Mr. Brushel, the journalist. A man by that name called on me just now. Just now? Valiant's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valiant's feet always steps forward. That is all.
That's all very confusing.
I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident? In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? Is it but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of gramarye?
Uncle Valiant, do you know where the reporter went?
I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. He would tell apart my respectability. I will tear apart him. He destroyed the business card.
Oh, here it comes, Apollo! Uncle Valiant's big magic trick.
Is he going to fix the card? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. ... No, he won't.
What happened to the big magic?
Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Now, the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparation. By your leave, Miss Trucy.
Thanks, Uncle Valiant.
3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valiant react like that to this envelope?
I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit.
Okay. Oh, I have to go back to write editing just to go to the detention center. Okay. I can go to the detention center from the studio or from Right Agency, but not from the Coliseum. This is weird. Visitor's room. Hello, blind pizza guy. How you doing? How you doing? We're in the middle of a new case. It's about an artist who died of poisoning, and we're defending his daughter. So apparently he was poisoned with atroquinin, which is a slow-acting poison. We found a residue of this poison on his coffee mug, And apparently 15 minutes after he drank the coffee, he died. And he was in the middle of an interview with a reporter, and this guy was a shut-in. Usually, he always communicates with post mail. Like he has a letterbox that is a circular, but half of it is outside of his apartment and the other half is inside. So basically, when he has some mail he wants to post, he puts it in the box. The mailman comes around, takes the mail from him, and if he has some mail, he puts it in that mailbox so he can get it. So that's how he interact with the outside world without even opening the door. This is weird. And now the daughter is kind of a shut-in herself. She's very, very shy. She hasn't talked to us directly. She gave us her business card, and that was it. We were like standing there for 20 minutes without even realizing she was hiding on the next to the frame where the window of the detention center, and the guard was like, "What? You're not even starting talking yet? I thought you were already at it for 20 minutes." So they was like, "What are you looking at me for?" So that was kind of weird. And yeah, on a side note, at the Sunshine Coliseum, Valiant Grammary is gonna perform. He's gonna make a comeback of Troop Grammary. Probably scared to death. Yeah, yeah. I have a feeling there's some trauma um, behind all of this. On a side note, yeah, we're going to see. There's going to be a comeback show of the Troop Grammary. Valiant is going to come back and perform the tricks of that makes Troop Grammary magnificent. He couldn't do that earlier because he was not the successor. Because the trick itself has intellectual copyright from Magnify Grammary, who was Trucy's grandfather. And when he died, he put it on the will that it was that he would give the rights to his son Zach. Zach went missing since 7 years ago, and after 7 years, when you've been missing, you're being legally dead. So that way, Valiant will inherit the rights of the show. So that way, he can make his the return of the Grammary. You know, yeah. And here we have a Grammary envelope. We received that from Phoenix. It says, "Do not open until the time is right." We have no idea what's inside. It has the Grammary seal on it, and it has Zach's signatures on the back. And Valiant was quite curious as to see its content, and we were like, no. And then we found some picture, an acrylic of a porcupine fish, an abstract picture of a man thinking, looks like a policeman clown, but it's very, very abstract. And then we have a Van Gogh style portrait of the legend of Momotaro when he was born. Like he was born from a giant peach drifting in the river. There's an old lady doing the washing. I mean, he is his brother, so I'm pretty curious too if my brother sent me a mysterious envelope. Well, I don't think Valiant is related to Zach. They call him Uncle because Valiant never refers to Zach as his brother. He always says co-worker. He got the same last name because it's his stage name. I don't believe that Grammary is his real legal name. You know? And Trucy, technically she would be Trucy Grammary, but she's been adopted by Phoenix, so right now her name is Trucy Wright. So yeah, there's a red envelope that we found in the victim's desk that says Mr. Drew Drisham, I've deposited $100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you've confirmed the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope within the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So this is sus. That's possible, but maybe that's come to light later. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what this is about. I'm just keeping you in touch with what happened so far. Like, I've been streaming for 1 hour and a half. And we found a tiny frame, 2 inches by 2 inches, and it bears also traces of the poison natural quinine. So this we haven't found out. So this is where we're at. So there's a question mark that says, I think I hear what you're saying. Oh. Okay, so this is the reporter. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing this for the money, end quote. No, not at all, says the guard. Looks like someone's already meeting here.
Maybe that reporter?
Yeah, there's a reporter who's taking notes on his arm. He has a brush haircut with a pen on his ear. He has very pink cheeks. He has recently shaven beard, but still have a shadow. He has glasses. He's kind of bald, save for the brush haircut on the top of his head. Basically, his hairstyle looks like a blackboard brush to erase the blackboard. And on his breast pocket, there's a toothbrush, toothpaste, a ruler, and some sort of feather duster to remove scrapes of eraser. And he has a loose pink tie. He has rolled up sleeves on a beige shirt. And he's very fidgety. He has a long nose. And yeah, he's taking notes on his forearm. Hey there! How you doing? And who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm APPOLO Justice. Okay, now he's sniffing and his nose turns red like he's smelling a scoop. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice. You? Very, very big smile. We can see his red gum. You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stands till they spill the beans, end quote. Well, that's not true. What's he writing?
Are you a reporter by any chance?
Woo! You're Trucy.
Am I famous?
Oh yeah. Quote, Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote.
Eco, that's not so that true.
Oh my god, this guy is starting rumors already. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy.
Interview?
So, guard, I think I know what's going on here. Quote, guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? Air quote. Oh my goodness, I don't know what I would think if I came across that, because that does not sound like a attire that a reporter would wear or look like a reporter. Yeah, he looks very fidgety. He's like always digging for a scoop. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him.
Did you come here to interview the guard?
Oh, wee, what a pickle. Quote, accused wouldn't talk, had to go interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote.
Huh.
Yeah, now we have Vera on the corner of the window frame. Looks very scared. She looks very scared at the reporter. Should have guessed. Where's my manners? My name is Brushel. Spark Brushel. Quote, I'm not picky. Journalist just close an eye, writes. End quote. What's that nauseating strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what trolling is.
While romp through crossroad of mayhem, madness, end quote.
Okay, so he's scratching the side of his hair with his toothbrush. So yeah, that guy has a very uneasy, unsettling grin. A very big grin, not like a Joker grin. But I guess that what's most unsettling is the overpowering stench of mint flavor toothpaste. Because he seems to be brushing his teeth and tongue to have a minty smell breath. But like he does that every 2-3 minutes. I can't see that. He's writing something again on his arm. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Maybe. Spark Brushel.
So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist?
Ah, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
Yes?
I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? Quote, I'm the one asking the question here, end quote.
This guy kind of makes you wonder if he might have been the one behind it just because he's so suspicious. Well, yeah, I mean, technically he was the last guy to see the artist alive. Like, he's the witness to him dying. But both him and Vera testified that he never touched the coffee that poisoned the victim.
Okay.
For instance, you think a movie director watches movies?
Yes.
Well, I think he probably does.
Exactly! I knew you would understand.
Huh? The night of the crime.
So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio?
Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record, yeah?
Yes.
I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Quote, journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote.
I can understand that philosophy, but...
You want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport.
True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too?
Exactly! See? It's the same thing.
What is?
The interview.
So, you went to do a story on Drew Misham? And he never had a story done about him before.
That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here.
What?
I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. Brushing his head. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place?
Well, yes.
Look, it's like... Oh, I got it. See, there's this burger joint here with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy is going to tell me where he got it?
At the supermarket, maybe?
Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about.
I think I may have actually understood that one.
Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really.
Walls have ears, eyes, especially...
Oh, wait. Sorry, I thought that was Vera talking, but they show the sprite of Vera, but it's still Brushel speaking.
Quote, walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote.
Right, guess we'll leave then.
Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it.
Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it.
Can't remember it like it was yesterday. I'd seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in the tabloid caught my eye. Quote, famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery, end quote. I believe it was. An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach flowing down a river.
Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach?
Quote, journalists can smell scoop better than burgers, air quote.
Oh shit. Is that one? That hidden painting? This thing is stolen?
Right, let me go on the record here.
Yes?
I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote.
I don't think so.
Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food.
Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Oh, it's the same thing. So basically that's what he says when I present a clue and comes empty. I want to see if I can go back to Drew's studio and ask Emma about... Yeah, I need to ask Emma about the painting that we found. Well, how did it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? Snack 15. And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you've got going, Emma? Okay, let's talk about the hidden painting. This painting came from behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. It's what you think. Drew Misham was a forger.
A forger? So, what exactly is a forger?
Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words.
Fakes?
Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart.
Well, why not just photocopy them?
Well, the big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course.
So Drew Misham was...
A criminal? Oh, I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries. To supplement his work in illustration, I guess. Okay. So he's an artist, but art supply isn't cheap. And his painting don't sell well. But he's got talent. So he makes more money by making counterfeit. And with the money he got from that, he buys art supplies for things that won't sell. Right. That checks out, right? I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. Yeah, the X-ray spectralization thing. Yeah, you can tell, like, this is a way to tell which copies are fake. I understand why, but that's not the proper way to go about it. Yes, that's not the proper way to go about it. What do you mean? When you try to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue.
So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage.
Okay, I see. So yeah, what they do if you want to replicate a forgery is that you'll do a rough sketch with the pencil, and then once you paint on top of that, you hide the sketch. If you're doing a real painting, you don't need to make a sketch first. You just paint, and that's it. But what we have here is a rough sketch that looks nothing like the real deal, and he painted on that anyway. So for some reason, he just draw random stuff. But I don't know why. If he doesn't need the rough sketch, why do it? Snack? Not in the case of a forgery. Not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all.
Oh yeah, I guess you would.
That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway.
Still, it would be neat to see Mr. Mishev's rough sketches. Kinda like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking.
True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case.
You should try bothering her up, Apollo. Flattery would get you everywhere, they say.
Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Okay, let's present the landscape that's half done. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting. Can I use your machine? I was wondering if your tool here might do the trick. Oh, fine. Just this time, though.
Let's check it out.
Alright. So I can choose between one of the three paintings. Let's start with the one that's obvious. Okay. So there's a lot of paint. Let's go deeper. So this must be where the sketch starts. One layer at a time. I rub it in on the screen. I'm go deeper. Rub it again. Deeper. Rub it again. It looks like some sort of tower with a man standing on it. Wait a minute. The man is holding a guitar. Okay, let's print it out. It's kind of abstract. It's like it's a pencil sketch. But yeah, it's a flaming man playing the guitar on a tower. What? What the heck?
Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough.
Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to do for the rough.
What do you mean?
Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch.
Composition?
In other words, the traces of charcoal between the paint and the canvas. That's actually kind of cool. Why didn't you just do that and then sell? Like, sell the rough sketch? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, the thing looked cool, but I guess it was a commission because he was paid $100,000 for something. Like, I don't know what was the thing in question. Just paint and then sell it? So you could tell if there had been... Okay. You could tell... Okay, I'm gonna read what they're saying. The In the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and a canvas, so you could tell if they had been a rough sketch. But not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that.
So Mr. Misham was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them?
Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I never seen one of Misham's original. Probably doesn't have a style, but he has more talent replicating another one's art style. So I guess he went with where the money would go. Like, I don't understand Misham's motives very well, but yeah, I don't know why he would sell the rough sketch, or make a painting out of the rough sketch and sell it. Not particularly, but something about the sketch feels itself is kind of odd.
You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo.
You think you could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff. You like this detection stuff, don't you? Okay, let's try the puffer fish. I think that would have been a very cool painting. He made that instead. Well, yeah. Well, like what he did was reproducing a stolen painting. That's pretty much what he did. Okay, this is the puffer fish. What? Okay, let's print this one out. Okay, so this one is a devil skeleton pulling a noodle stand. Not any noodle stand. There's the logo of Eldoon's Noodles on it. This one too!
What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden.
You think I could just look at the last one of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. Oh, I can tell from here. It's a game of poker. I can see the cards. I can already see the cards. Okay, now it's getting interesting. Why would he know all of this? Apollo only had three trials on it in his career, and for some reason this artist knows about all of them. Yeah, there's a stranger in the darkness playing poker. With 5 ace. No, wait. Let's print this one out. Okay, so... Yeah, they're at the table. It's poorly lit. We cannot see the guy in the back. But there's a bottle of whiskey with a glass. There's chips on the table, and the guy is holding 2 aces, a 2, a 3, and a 4. So it's the ace of spade, the ace of diamond, the 2 of spade, the 3 of diamonds, and the 4 of hearts. What the heck is all of this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited.
You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation?
True, see? Look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? The poker game. The skeleton pulling the cart. The man with the guitar on fire.
Ah! There!
Now you're both white as sheet. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Gaviner's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things and why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Misham your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I've never even heard of any Drew Misham before. I haven't even seen a picture of him. But there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Misham, and what did he have to do with me? To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes, I would like to save. Yes, very interesting. What a fine intrigue. Continue to the next chapter? Yes, please. October 8th, 9:48 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. Here's Vera. Good morning. ...
So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy right. That's right with a W, but not right, W-R-I-T-E, right?
Vera.
We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please.
Vera.
Good morning.
Exclamation mark. She speaks.
Not bad. But I think you'd do better with a little smile, you know? Smile!
So this is why it's in 2007.
You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know?
Oh, Trucy. If you were a man, you would have been cancelled. Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Vera. She's using her sketchbook and she's drawing something. She's drawing a smiley face and signed it Misham.
Thank you for taking my case.
Exclamation mark. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. And then this is her nail polish. There she goes with the nail polish again.
That's great, really. It's so cultured.
Vera. She drew another smiley face instead of reusing the first one she wrote. But this looks exactly like the first one she drew.
Do you want to try? Oh, really?
Ah, girls. The victim, Drew Misham, was a forger. And a stolen painting was found in his studio. Now we see a picture of Drew. He has gray hair. They look like a paintbrush, but they all tilted on the one side. He has specks of purple paint on his hair, green paint on his nose. He has beady little eyes, bushy eyebrows, bushy mustache, strong sideburns, brown turtleneck, green coat. A life of crime, really. And maybe one that led to his death. October 8th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 3. Oh, by the way, this is supposedly a test trial to try the new jury system that Phoenix was trying to implement. So basically, he picked the case, he picked the judge, he picked the jurists, but right now they're not in court. But they're going to analyze after the proceedings in court are going to be over, and then they're going to decide, along with the judge, if the defendant's going to be guilty or not guilty. And he picked Apollo as the defense attorney, and I guess he picked the prosecutor as well. But basically, they're gonna test try something if it works or if it doesn't work. Basically, if something goes wrong during the case, Phoenix is gonna be 100% responsible because he's part of the committee for the jurist program, you know. So that's why he was doing. So that's part of his secret mission. Why he was away all this time is because he was working on that. Yeah. And if that works, that would be a new reform in law. So there would be, they're bringing back the jury system because at the beginning of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, there was so much crime that they removed the jury system into the system that evidences everything because there was so much crime and there was, you know, a deadline. So every trial must be finished under 3 days. Like they must be proven innocent. They have 3 days for the defendant to be proven innocent because there was so much stuff going on, and they have to, you know, cut the corners. But as you can see, along with we found a case which is basically. The Machi Tobai case that the evidence as everything system doesn't work because even if you prove facts with your evidence, if you don't have any decisive evidence, facts doesn't count as proofs. And this is stupid, and this is a way for criminals to get away, to go around the system. Criminals can now exploit that system, you know? And Phoenix is trying to fight that. Yeah, the prosecutor is Gavin, Clavier Gavin.
Well, we will now
So this is the same job as usual.
begin the trial of, I'm not so used to this, the Vera mission?
Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like.
The repercussion of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever.
Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts.
Daddy's secret mission!
The jurists will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. Oh, they don't even need to be here. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurist, Judge Bell and Judge Cool.
Now, see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that.
Ah, mine apologies, Herr Judge. Yeah, it's on TV, it's filmed.
Jurist, today, oh dear.
Ah, okay. The judge is camera shy. That's why.
Judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind.
The jurists are not bound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effects they're going to have.
Very well. Prosecutor Gavin, the details of the case, if you would.
The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham.
Objection!
There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Achtung! Someone has been doing the homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself.
The mug? Ah, residue was found on the rim, I see.
The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death.
The court accepts this as evidence.
Mission's autopsy report added to the court. Death by atroquinin poisoning. Estimated time of death 9 to 9:30 p.m.
According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinin poisoning.
A chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinin in the body is the touch of the Reaper's sight.
Very well, Prosecutor Gavin, you may present your witness.
I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnesses the murder in his entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation.
Right. Well, for starters, my name is Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world.
In other words, a freelance journalist, right?
If you don't mind, I would like to state something here for the record.
Yes, Mr. Brushel?
I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusion. Preconception make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote.
But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday.
Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. See? Quote, scoop stern Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel. End quote.
Let's hear your testimony then, shall we?
A simple case, eh, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. Witness testimony. The journalist's story.
I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier. Quote, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next. Quote, star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time.
That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him.
What are you saying, Judge?
Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic.
Oh, you didn't do it, did you?
Me do a thing like that? Come on! That's like quote, newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even, quote, contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know. Quote, wild accusation rock courtroom, end quote.
Rock indeed.
Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun.
I'm so happy for him.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Okay, the bracelet is not reacting. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. 9 at night? Isn't that a little late for an interview?
Well, if the great painter Drew Mission says come at 9, believe you me, I go at 9. The first, and as it turns out, last interview with such a prolific painter.
Right. Can you tell us what it was like when you arrived?
The first outsider to enter his atelier. Justice. Journalistic history made.
You were the first reporter ever in Drew's studio?
Posterity will look back on that night as a turning point in journalistic history. Quote, a basically insignificant step for all mankind, but a giant step for that Brushel guy, end quote.
If no one's on the outside ever have access to the studio, then it would serve to reason that the deed was done by an insider. By which he means Vera did it. So how did this epoch-making interview go?
His daughter brought us coffee right after we started.
Hold it!
Would you mind being a little more specific?
Oh, let me tell you, I enjoy a cuppa. In fact, it all began when I was in 3rd grade. No, wait.
That's not what I meant. I believe I know what her forehead is driving at. This coffee the victim was served. Did anyone other than the defendant touch it? Right, that's what I was going to say, really.
Well now, if you've got a question to ask, you best straight up ask it. That's what I tell all the new recruits. Several times, if necessary. Quote, right for a grade schooler. That's my motto. Which isn't to say I can only write grade school level stuff, mind you.
Who touched the coffee?
I don't know. I was in the back looking at the studio's equipment when she served it. ...
And what happened next?
And you know what happened next? Star falls.
Hold it!
What's this about a star falling?
Star falls, it's like an old telegram. Send money over.
Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away, a star falls. Get it?
But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall, really.
Does this even matter?
Oh boy! This is good stuff. Good stuff. How about, quote, star break? Nah, lacks punch. I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course, you could go with Drew dies. Straight to the point. I like it.
I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. The moment of death, Brussels coffee, or the stars coffee? Let's go with the moment of death. About when Mr. Mission passed away.
Oh boy, what a scene that was. He puts his coffee mug down with a crash, right?
Yes, and then?
Then the cold finger of death touches his spine. Life flames, sputters, and fails. So cold was the touch he could do naught but tremble uncontrollably. Actually, life's flame is a little tired. Life's river froze over. Yes, that's a go. Writes it down on his forearms.
I think he's starting his article already.
Could you describe that a little more simply?
Well, as you can imagine, I was pretty surprised. He hit the floor, as they say. Quote, artist's seizure is final performance, end quote.
Atroquinin paralyzes the central nervous system. The body arcs back like a bow, the limbs tremble, and the throat burns.
Oh, that's quite enough of that. Some of us want to be able to sleep tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, I want details. Lots of juicy details.
For that, you can listen to our last year's hit single, Atroquinin Mine Love by the Governors, available at all major music outlets.
The point here is that the victim died of atroquinin poisoning. Well, Mr. Justice, how did you find that testimony?
Is that important? The detail, like how he died, he hit the floor. But the way he said it sounded like it was instantaneous. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Okay, I'm gonna try that. If I cannot find a contradiction with that addendum of the testimony, I'm gonna go back and amend it again. Well, as an account of the moments of the victim's death, I'd say it's very important. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. The court requests the witness add this account to his testimony.
Those spasm that was definitely death by poison. I can't do shit with that. No, I'm gonna go back and press again. I'm gonna try something else. I cannot change that. You said it was definitely dead by poison? How can you be so sure?
Hey, look, I'm a journalist. I've seen a lot of things. And I have more than my share of experience with so-called poisoning. Quote, man eats fishy fish, goes bye-bye. End quote.
Food poisoning doesn't count. Should I get him to talk about something else? Yeah, Russell's coffee. So you drank the coffee that Vera served you too?
Of course.
Quote,
when someone serves you coffee, you drink it. That's what my old boss always used to say. Never did get what he meant by it, though.
But you're still alive, which is to say you didn't die.
Of course not! Point, quote, no points falling before you're a star, end quote.
That's not exactly what I was getting at. What were you getting at then? You know the poison was on the rim, not in the coffee.
Oh yes. There were 2 cups of the tray she brought, and one of them cup had Drew's signature printed on the side.
No chance the guest would take that one by mistake, I guess.
Well, Mr. Justice, was that testimony important?
No. So Brushel drank the coffee too. Doesn't look like this is going to lead to much.
Very well. Please continue with the testimony.
Let's change the... Stars coffee. You say Mr. Misham had the coffee too? But did you actually see him drink the coffee?
Of course. Quote, he who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about it world, yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it, really. He had one of so-called sip, if that. Quote, man puts lips to mug drinks, end quote.
That poison is quite virulent, I hear.
My stomach did a so-called somersault, since I'd gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there, some kind of so-called trick. Anyone wants to venture a guess, for the record?
Does this guy have a pause button?
Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable?
I want to see how he phrased it. The victim drank his coffee that immediately fell over?
Oh, yes, you can go to press with that one.
No, he didn't immediately fell over. It takes 15 minutes to activate. But where's the evidence that proves that atroquidin takes 15 minutes? Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information. Please add it to the testimony.
Very well. The witness will add this to the testimony.
Vital, right.
He had one sip, if that. The next moment, he was on the floor. No. No, I got nothing that says, that atroquinine takes 15 minutes to react. I'm gonna try something, but... I'm gonna try everything that has atroquinine on it.
Objection!
Oh, the mug. That was my third. That would have been my third guess. The autopsy report. I would have gone with the mug, the frame, then the autopsy report, because it doesn't sound the autopsy report that atroquinine takes 15 minutes to react. Only that it has atroquinine. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine.
Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligram paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, would be reduced to a quivering pal.
Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. ...
An omission?
Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion. Not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting.
Slow-acting?
What?
According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it absorbs into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes for the time of ingestion for adverse effect to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order! 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 What's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard.
Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record?
Slow acting. SLOW space ACT. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist.
He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
It's a Brushel, yeah? Herr Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane.
Huh?
Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital.
You know what I think? I think that was, quote, a not so subliminal suggestion, end quote.
I admit, it does cause a problem if he dies when you say he dies. I would be forced to say auf Wiedersehen to my simple case. And you would be forced to say farewell to your article.
Come again?
You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop. Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh, scoop, my scoop.
Oh God. He's brushing his tongue with the toothbrush, then immediately brushes his glasses lenses with it without wiping it. This is disgusting.
Look, wait, just wait a second. Just 1 second.
We're waiting. Out with it.
I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. Quote, a revival of recollection, end quote. Quote, a story survival, end quote.
Quote, attorney utterly confused, end quote.
Actually, I didn't notice something when I was visiting the studio. I heard of a poison that takes its sweet time, see?
But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently.
Mr. Brushaw, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened?
You bet I am. The, quote, antidote for a poisonous contradiction, end quote, you might say.
Or, quote, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say.
I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee.
Order, order, order!
As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank.
Of course I'm standing by my testimony, and my dream of exclusive right to this story.
Ah, I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him.
Him?
Phoenix Wright, who else? Exclamation mark. Achtung, Herr Bruschel. Report for us, if you would. What is that you noticed?
The court is a critical trial of the juris system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed.
What Bruschel noticed.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note?
For real? You're gonna mention the 7-year-old envelope that was resealed?
A suicide note?
Yes, he had this look on his face. Quote, man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote.
Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera's innocent.
Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview?
Oh.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk.
Was there anyone at the studio other than Mr. Misham?
Well, his daughter Vera, of course.
Was anyone beside Mr. Misham and Vera present?
Not a single one. Not a cat, not a rat, not even a mouse.
The only person who didn't belong to that studio there was you, wasn't it, Mr. Bruschel?
I know what you're doing. I know your game. Attorney, quote, attorney uses classic Ramsden phenomenon ploy, end quote.
If you intend to suggest that this reporter is a suspect, I'm sure you also intend to present evidence supporting that assertion, correct? In the meantime, let's move along, shall we? He seems to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. So he put the letter away when he saw you.
Quote, early reporter gets the worm, end quote. That's my secret.
I'm not sure I follow.
It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barged in.
Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, isn't that an unlawful entry, really?
Mr. Misham, sir, seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as far as he could.
Yellow?
I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one.
It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice?
I wonder. He does have the ring of something important. Let's add to the testimony. The defense finds this testimony vital, Your Honor.
Very well, please add it to the testimony then.
Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
No, it was not a yellow envelope.
Objection!
Unless you're colorblind. As it just so happens, there was a single letter in the desk drawer at the scene. In a red envelope.
What?
So he's wrapping his head around his own necktie and squeezing it hard. Prosecutor Gavin. Yeah? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. Nods. I guess. But not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already 7 years ago.
Well, Mr. Brusho?
I can explain that. Drew, right?
He wanted to get that letter in an envelope pronto.
Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the nearest envelope and crammed it away.
And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chum?
Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness claim?
That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. It's impossible. I like your expression. So full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happened, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham.
Oh!
Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself.
I've been scooped!
Rubble, 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 rubble.
Order, order, order! Mr. Brusho, can you explain this to the court?
Oh my, oh me, oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happened to the best of us. Quote, reporter gets old, forget lots, end quote.
I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brusho.
Well, that's the thing, you see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something.
His desk drawer?
Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote.
A stamp? Whatever for?
Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put in this letter box. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box.
Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do...
Oh, I wish it did. Just think it, if that were a suicide note, what a story. Quote, star writes suicide note in front of reporter and falls, end quote.
Ahem! As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said,
Yes, Your Honor.
it makes me wonder about the content of that red envelope.
Now we see the memo that was inside. Signed the paper and closed envelope.
$100,000 is quite a good deal of money.
So this was from 7 years ago, yeah?
So, am I finished here? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing.
Dot. On Gavin, True C. I aim to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Yeah, the pink nose is... The nose is getting bigger, pinker, and he smells it like, I'm smelling a scoop.
Come on. Quote, attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote.
Even I noticed something and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about.
Judge has active imagination, end quote.
Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story.
Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here, usually.
The scent of a story.
Actually, it took a bit of a work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Quote, reporter leveraged story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably has something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
So you threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview. Blackmail?
Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I mean, I'm not.
Something wrong, Mr. Brushel?
Look. This is my story, my tidbit. Quote, journalist info is livelihood, end quote.
I see.
While you have me chatting away here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? And they could be going to press while I'm going to waste.
The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace.
A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Juicy question mark. Oh, the bracelet is activating. Let's see if there's a moment where we big smile, scrubs his head. Okay, I'm gonna try. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. Let's see.
The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
I need to hear it again. Maybe not that statement. Okay, I'm gonna try this one.
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Oh, this frame is unique. This is this big grin. Reporter leverage story gets his interview.
Reporter leverage story gets his interview, end quote.
No.
Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. No? That red envelope probably had something to do with it. There's no tell. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna press everything to see if there's gonna have an amendment. It took a bit of a workup to get a thumbs up on the interview. The victim drew Mission as an aversion to reporters. Boy, I guess not even my considerable charms did much for him. Until I finally got my thumbs up, that is. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit for us. Okay, got his interview. Exactly what sort of story was this?
Oh, a little one, like I said. Quote, nothing more, nothing less, nothing in between, end quote. You might have suggested I had the lead on this particular story, but I didn't threaten or cajole or nothing, honest.
So a suggestion was enough to get an interview. Mr. Mission must have really wanted to keep it under wraps.
The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago.
A certain case 7 years ago. Tell us, what case?
Let me state one thing, Mr. Attorney, and you can quote me on this. I can't talk about that case.
Why not?
It's about journalistic pride and staunchness and credibility and connection. Quote, journalist reveals sources only over his dead body, end quote. So what it will be? Gonna strangle me? Dead men don't tell tales, Mr. Attorney.
He sounds pretty determined not to talk.
Our chances of breaking his will aren't looking good.
That red envelope probably has something to do with it. On the one hand, we have your story, and on the other, this letter. What makes you think the two are related?
I was just saying it's possible. Call it reporter's intuition, end quote. Hey, I said a lot of things. You're going to pick all of them apart? Be my guest.
All of them? No, just the incredibly suspicious one.
I see. Anything else to add about Mr. Mission?
Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare.
Just how amazing was Mr. Misham's talent?
Huh? Ooh-wee, boy, I mean, wowie zowie. I mean, hey, he's a star, man, a star. The flow of his brush is like a great undulating river across the canvas. Art, quote, artist paint light up studio like sun, end quote.
This guy's full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual.
Looks kind of nervous to me, Apollo.
Definitely, I'm sensing something different than before here. Maybe it's time to bring out you-know-what.
That testimony left a bad taste in my mouth.
It all makes sense. Nothing jumps out as ridiculous.
I wonder what was this story he's talking about. It must have been good to get an interview with a famous recluse like that.
Something powerful enough to drag Drew Misham out of hiding. I wonder, maybe it had something to do with Mr. Misham's art? I'm gonna try again to see if I can perceive... Because right now I have no idea where his say is. Trying to look at his face, trying to look at his glasses. Does his ears twitch? Oh! I see it! He's sweating when he mentions Drew's talent. It's barely noticeable. It's a play of shadows. Like his armpits are sweating, but there's already a shadow, so it's easily avoidable. Not avoidable. What's the word? Overlooked.
Gotcha!
Sweat much, Mr. Brushel?
Well, yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know.
That would have been something I would have been able to help you with. Yeah, yes, I know. It has to do with sight, like scene details. It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent.
What? That's ridiculous.
Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Mission's true talent lay. It just so happened I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. The forgery? Yeah, one of the three.
Take that!
I can't help but wonder what the court is supposed to conclude from this evidence.
Oh.
Other than that, you've made a horrible mistake. Man burns bridge, forgets to cross first, end quote.
Oh. That wasn't it. Let's try that again. All I have to do is reveal what Mr. Mission really was. That shouldn't be so hard, right? Just so happen I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Oh, maybe it's the hidden painting.
Take that!
Yeah, it was not the copy that I should have presented. It was the original, the stolen original. This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Brushel ... Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation. The business of making forgeries. Yeah. That is all, Your Honor.
Everyone, please, please, everyone. Can we keep this private, please? This is my story, my scoop.
Forgery? That's a serious crime.
Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back.
Another art? Meaning forgery?
Drew Misham was talented, all right. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certainly criminal elements were quick to discover.
Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about...
Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago.
7 years ago? So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for...
Exactly. Forged evidence nets tidy profit, I'd quote.
Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life.
Aha! This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connection when we conducted our investigation.
Objection!
But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case! Exclamation mark. Our case was and remains simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course, pointing at Bruchel.
Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen.
What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Quote, journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote.
In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over.
Apollo, what's he talking about?
The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspect, then the killer had to be Vera, that's what. This next testimony is our last chance.
Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please.
The interview recap. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, und without room for doubt. You know what I think? I think there was a red envelope. And I think he did meant to post it before the interview. But he needed a stamp. We found no stamp. But we found a tiny 2" by 2" frame with traces of quinine on it. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt.
Ah, shucks. You really think so?
I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may begin your final cross-examination.
Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. Yeah, we need to find some way to present that. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. But that doesn't prove Vera poisoned it.
Objection!
How many times have we heard that one at forehead? The poison reached its victim via that coffee mug. And from where did that coffee come from? Exclamation mark. Not to beat the dead horse again and again, but perhaps you could fill us in?
I'm on it. You need a horse beat, eh? I'm your man. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself.
Hold it!
And you witnessed her pouring the coffee?
Of course I didn't witness it when she came in with that tray. The coffee was already poured and steaming.
Let us not forget the defendant has admitted to pouring the coffee herself. I heard her statement. I poured, I served, and I killed. What? that last part was just a little joke. I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with this coffee mug. I need to find another weak spot in this case.
The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug.
Hold it!
You're sure about that?
Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
One of those candies could have been poisoned. Yet, at the time of the autopsy, no French fragrance of meat fills the room. But no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee?
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof,
The possibility is there, I can feel it, just maybe not prove it. I can't prove it, not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it, not now. Mr. Misham has suggested that I poison via a route other than coffee. Can I prove it? I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna need to save. I can save. Proof is possible. I gotta risk it.
Oh, excellent. Let's see your proof then. Please show us your evidence. What evidence shows that the victim wasn't poisoned via his coffee mug?
The frame.
Take that!
Mostai explains this over and over and over. We don't need possibilities here, our forehead. We need proof. I know that. You should also know that every proof has its moment. Perhaps you're a bit early.
I can tell you what we know at this point. The victim put nothing to his mouth but that coffee mug.
Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first things first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. Okay, what they're saying is that I'm correct, but I'm too early to present the evidence. So I'm gonna say not yet.
On with the cross-examination.
Nothing left at the studio after he died.
Hold it!
Not one thing, you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure as sure as can be. Well, with one exception.
One exception? What?
Journalist Spark Brushel does interview leaves studio, end quote.
Well, yeah, the reward is not getting punished.
Come on. It's a joke, get it? Not funny, I know, but still.
Did something leave the studio that night? Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before?
Now that we have proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea what, if anything, might outlast the studio that
Light, just one thing. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, see, here's the cool thing about that. It doesn't automatically take points away. Yeah, like help points, yeah. The game as opposed to other that are less forgiving, like Danganronpa. Well, with Danganronpa, even if you're unforgiving, I find it easier because when there's a statement, they isolate instead of going throughout your whole bag of evidence. They're gonna present like 3, or they're gonna give you a choice of answer between 3, 5, or 7 evidence, and then you have to find the contradiction. And even if you ran out of time or ran out of health, you could just restart. Like, they make you restart where you left. At the end, you get penalized with points, but with Phoenix Wright, you have to save, because when you run out of life, it's game over. Like, there's it's found guilty, and then you have to reload your previous save. Like, there's no autosave. Well, technically here there is autosave. Like, the remix version is more forgiving, but yeah, in the very first game, Phoenix Wright was more unforgiving when you make a mistake. That's why everybody was scum saving. So I'm gonna try. I think one thing might very well left the studio that night, actually. Asserting something that's vanished from the crime scene.
By which you mean something other than our witness?
Of course. Don't tell me, Vera Misham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional.
Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice.
Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that show how it could have been taken from the scene. Okay, tiny frame.
Take that!
Ah. Dot dot dot. Clavier dot dot dot. I find Prosecutor Gavin more amusing than this guy, really. If that was comic relief, why do I not feel amused?
We want evidence, not entertainment, Mr. Justice.
There goes my career in stand-up. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. Oh. The letterbox.
Take that!
Okay. It was the letterbox. This is the only link between that studio and the outside world.
A letterbox.
What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim has just finished writing a letter.
Well, yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true.
Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox.
Ah.
But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh?
He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared?
Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me.
Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony.
You got it. I still think this fails to change anything, Forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. A letter was put in the post from the studio, but I don't think that matters. Okay, I'm gonna try it again.
Objection!
No. Fuck. Oh god. I'm gonna reload at this point. I'm losing too much life. This part is called the Artful Forger. No, I cannot prove it. Can't be proven. I do believe our little forehead is growing up. Pity, we like the rash, youthful forehead best. Another hole in this case that needs plugging before I can prove anything. But first thing first, I'd better uncover a weak spot before I try to strike again. Okay.
Hold it!
So we're gonna skip all that. Just one thing.
Take that!
Okay, I'll be saving here. Letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. Nothing could be more serious than an envelope disappearing from that studio. And you were hiding that fact from us.
Yes, well, actually.
I don't accuse the possibility of a letter disappearing from that studio. But her forehead, isn't there a much more serious question before us? Right, how Mr. Mission was poisoned, I know. Now, Mr. Russell's testimony has changed, which means the facts of the case have too. And what he's told us means something entirely different now. I'm starting to think.
Let's keep thinking, Apollo.
Certainly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter.
Hold it!
You say clearly as though it were obvious. But this claims that the defendant poisoned the victim is merely conjecture.
Yes, well, you see, in my business, it's all about making the most ridiculous things sound right. A bad habit, I know.
Judge ... Clavier.
Yeah, well, actually, I guess this is more of a case of, quote, ridiculous journalist sounds wrong, end quote.
The court is forced to agree with you. Please refrain from wild conjecture.
Understood, loud and clear.
If only I could believe that.
What do you think, Apollo? Everything he's saying seems so not flawed.
Well, that's kind of what you want from a testimony, really. I need to keep my eye on what matters. How and why was Drew Mission killed? Vera poured the coffee, that's not going to change. But if that coffee didn't kill him, I need to find out what did and prove it. Okay, so... a letter was put in the post from the studio, but I hardly think that matters. What about the red envelope? Because the stamp didn't work.
Objection!
No.
Objection!
No. The dragons and I are cheering free. You got this. Thank you. I'll figure it out. I need to see.
Objection!
No. Yeah. I already got. I got story mode too. If I need a tip, since if I'm stumped, I can always ask a story mode to see what was the evidence or where should I present it. I'm gonna try something. Story mode, what is that? Okay, basically story mode is basically if you want to listen to the story but not play the game, you activate story mode and he auto reads and he auto puts the correct answer. Basically, this feature can be used as a blind player to go over the unaccessible mini games, like the 3D handling of the evidence, and the mini game that requires you to have your eyes, like the scan. So you go with, when you found something that you cannot, when you like you cannot read with OCR, you press story mode, you go over the thing, and then you turn it off again, so that way you can jump over. So this game, as it is 100% accessible to blind viewers. Wherever there's a map, or whatever there's like, they want us to point something on somewhere. Like the old Phoenix Wright game, even though you are a fan of the series, it's not 100% accessible, but this game is. Greatest Attorney is the same thing. Yeah, you could play it if you want. So I'll show you right now. You go under option, and then there's gonna be record, audio, gameplay, and then something called reader, and then it talks about story mode. Because usually when story mode is off, the touchpad button is used to autoplay. But when story mode is on, autoplay turns into activation of story mode during the game and turning it off. Turn this on to enable story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. The answer to questions, presentation of evidence, etc. are all handled on your behalf. Some trophies may not be available to you if you use story mode. So there it is. There's also consultation, but this feature is only accessible in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice, not in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. So I cannot use consult. But yeah, this is another feature, like if you're stumped and you need a hint, you can use consultation, but I have no idea how it works. I remember using it when I was playing the game like 10 years ago, Dual Destiny, but it's 10 years ago. My main goal is to play anything that is accessible when I stream, so we are definitely gonna... Yeah, if you stream again, you could use this game. You could use Greatest Attorney as well, and if you need voice actors for your playthrough, I don't mind having to voice my parts, regardless if you want me to do a specific voice, or if you want to do like me and read everything yourself. But I'm telling you, it's quite a challenge. Okay, so I'm gonna try something here.
Objection!
No, didn't work. My screen reader will probably be doing most of the reading. Yeah. You know what I mean. You know what I meant. Alright. Okay, so here, I'm gonna use story mode for you so you can see how it works. So I'm gonna put myself into the first statement and I'm gonna press story mode. And the game will move itself. Second. Third.
Hold it!
Press third again. You sure? Ah, I needed to press the third again. You sure about that?
Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the whole time.
I do, you know what you meant? I mean, I can't even if for your next birthday stream or something. Yeah, nice. Multiple people. Yes. Invite as much friends as you can.
Objection!
Why are we going back here? Oh, I see what they're going for. We're going back to the third statement. When I press it, they ask if I can prove it or not. But at first, I couldn't because I needed to press the statement ahead so we can have an addendum, so we can add to his testimony that he sent a letter. Then I have to go back and present my frame again. So that's why I did the guitar thing to say, no, it's too early. Okay, so I'm going back. I can prove it. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, Herr Forehead, not possibilities. Of course. And Prosecutor Gavin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. What did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope.
I saw him writing a letter, I did.
Which was picked by the mailman, I assume.
Of course, which means that envelope has a stamp on it.
A stamp? Oh!
As we all know, stamps come with dry glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
No one's worth talking to actually lick stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licks a stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? So if we drink the coffee, the imprint of the tongue would be on the mug. Duh! What would then happen if you put the coffee mug into his mouth? Exclamation mark. Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's doing, it was the other way around.
What?
The coffee mug didn't poison Misham. Mr. Mission poisoned the coffee mug himself.
Order, order, order! But that doesn't, does it?
Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope. But this time, his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lip on that cup of joe. Oh, okay. Misham Brushel taking notes.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Okay, so Brushel never lied. From his point of view, it looked like he drank the coffee and then he died instantly. And then we found out he was poisoned. But the thing is, he licked the stamp 15 minutes before posting it. 15 minutes before drinking his coffee. So from his point of view, like, yeah, he had poison on his tongue. He put the stamp on the envelope, posted it, got the interview, got his coffee, poisoned the coffee mug with his tongue, and then he died.
You have something to add, Mr. Brushel?
Uh-oh, his nose is picking up another scent.
As I believe I mentioned earlier... Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Mission sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one.
Maybe you just run out.
Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one.
That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison?
Actually, I'm glad no other stamp were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place.
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poison stamp?
Okay, now I present the tiny frame.
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little.
It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't so observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important.
Missing something?
Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. A troquinin residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You are saying? Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps?
Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame?
Impossible!
Prosecutor Gavin?
Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he has it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck.
You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see?
What, Mr. Brushel? Please stop jittering around like that.
The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Quote, forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote.
So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Oh, Rich, that's Rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy for the governor's son's lyric, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense! Murder is a simple business. Who could go to such lengths? No one! Oh, I disagree. Come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew mission hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. Okay, I just realized. Now we see a full drawing of Mr. Misham. There's a lot of paint stain all over his suit. All over his body. Like he's wearing a turtleneck underneath a suit. But there are different colored paint stains all over. His only contact with the outside world was the mail.
The mail?
Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous! Where's your proof? I found proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was there sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence, per se, but things are finally starting to come together.
What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling.
I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can't see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed.
Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice.
A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Misham the stamp of death. The red envelope.
Take that!
Isn't this the envelope? The one from 7 years ago?
Think about the text of the letter again. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. Sign the paper and send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So, the sender paid him, and he poisoned the stamp so he could use it as a return for the receipt. But that didn't work because the stamp was commemorative. So they kept it and they post another stamp instead. But yeah, there was an intent of killing in that note. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor.
Ah,
In other words, if I have the strength. Quote, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick lick gas, end quote.
Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked?
He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in this letterbox.
15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene.
quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system.
Such a splendid imagination you have, Herr Forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you have us believe, really? Well,
Is that a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility?
yeah, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then becomes a murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence?
Well,
It was 7 years ago and we don't even know who sent that letter. Won't your answer is silence, I see. Very well. I move to... It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Clavier. Who said that? Question mark, exclamation mark. Christoph? Fräulein, Emma? Emma? I don't know why Clavier was imagining his brother. Emma! Well, do you like my Christoph Gavin impression? Do I sound like him? Okay, so I'm gonna use Christoph voice. It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Clavier. But now it's Emma impersonating Christoph, so it's gonna be like... It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Clavier. Please don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone has to come dig you all of the mess you're making of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out if that stamp was in that envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray.
Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court.
Okay, so now we open the envelope and we're gonna spray the paper with the detection reagent. So this is proof that the stamp was in the letter when... There it is. A square-shaped blue stain. So yeah, there's still residue. Yeah, the spray sound is the reagent. So I was spraying the paper with the reagent. So this reagent is meant to discover any traces of the poison atroquinin. So the autopsy revealed that he was poisoned by atroquinin. So knowing what the poison was, the detective went using the proper reagent and searched the crime scene. It was only found on the coffee mug, but they overlook the frame. And now we're doing it on the letter that we received.
Well, would you look at that?
No mistaking it. That's atroquinin residue. Bad audio design. Hey, it's from 2007. Give it some slack. Rubble.
I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past? Now, 7 years later, it bears its fang at last.
Objection!
Absolutely outrageous! Tell me why. Why didn't this murder take place 7 years ago? Well,
There's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Bishop figured it out. Figured what out?
he realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp.
And put this decisive evidence in the frame?
Hold it. Somebody said hold it.
Hold it!
You're still here, Brushel?
Can I make a statement here on the record?
I was using bet to sound effects in 2007. I didn't have a budget. Yeah.
I, Spark Razortooth Russell, claim this scoop as mine. Dibs! Quote, Drew Mission killed in cold blood by sender of 7 years old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Quote, star falls after 7-year delay, end quote.
Of course, I'm an amateur Foley artist, so of course I'm probably going to look for the rare thing.
Order, order, order!
Yeah, like if you want to reproduce a spray sound, just put a real spray bottle squeeze in front of the mic, and that will do the trick.
I see no room for further argument here. Though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Quote, stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo!
I think we just won.
Very well, this court finds the defendant.
Objection!
Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Ticket for Gavin's show are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense by any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people hadn't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in our forehead's claim. A contradiction? A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. No, because you don't want it in front of the mic because it might spray the mic and get it wet. So in that case, you could use a broom. A broom mic. Well, the mechanic will work even if there's no liquid in it, right? It'll produce the same sound. I don't know. But you can reproduce something that sounds similar. Yeah. A room mic. Okay, not a broom mic. Well, you could use a broom, you know, to replicate the sound of the spray. You brush the broom next to the mic. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sent a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Ah. Surely, you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? He put the murder weapon in the frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he sprang the trap on himself? Yeah. I mean, you could. It wouldn't necessarily be accurate because it's to sound nerds. It would sound like a broom. Yeah, it's to use a A mic and a tiny space like a bathroom, a small term room with no acoustics. Okay. Yeah, it's true that the best recording spots are bathrooms. I agree.
Well, I admit this is all quite shocking myself. It does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap. That has been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo!
I don't think we're winning anymore. Oh, I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you.
Objection!
Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed.
Objection!
What about the atroquinin residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atroquinin residue. But their forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we come to a conclusion again.
Apollo, we were wrong the whole time?
No, I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence.
I would like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor?
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of poison atroquinin on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene. On this tiny picture frame, the defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope. An envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yeah, but even if this envelope contains a poisonous stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in the frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there is a fatal flaw in the defense case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atroquinin, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. No, it's the assumption. No. Where the flaw is the assumption that the reason why Drew Misham didn't use this stamp was because he knew that it was a trap. That's the only part that it's contradiction. Ah, a fake clue? Fascinating. And if we found this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, yeah? The fake clue that's showing us off upon the poison trail is none other than the red envelope, the frame, or Drew Misham. Drew Misham!
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim itself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. Ah!
I know that face. That's just the I just had an idea face.
I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very stem trap and dies. Why?
That's what I want to know.
Because the forger was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake.
Order, order, order!
So you are telling us that Drew Misham, the victim, was a fake? Well, if he was a fake, who was the real forger? You'd better not be claiming that was some kind of switcheroo.
I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us who the real Drew Misham was.
If Drew Misham wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Misham was himself a forgery. The real forger was... my client. So yeah, that makes sense. She was the one making the forgery. She's the one who kept the stamp. But Drew, the real Drew Misham, the father, didn't know that the stamp was poison. That's why he used it.
Take that!
There can be only one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Misham, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham.
Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going on a limb even for you.
I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, forger?
Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery has been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger.
Well, actually that does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. Flavia ... If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility, by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... fascinating. So now they're bringing Vera to the stand.
Vera Misham? ... You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Vera ... Let's just ask her un bidon videchave. Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? ... She looks scared. Exclamation mark. ... Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Fräuleins, believe me. Though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Vera ... Smiley face.
Yes?
Exclamation mark.
So the forger Drew Misham was you?
Vera ... Sad face.
Yes, it was me.
What? What?
Rubble. The court was in uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. To be continued! Do you want to save? Yes. Next chapter. October 8th, 1:24 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6.
Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically.
Huh? Well then who was he?
Well, he was actually Vera ... doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries? Vera ... sad face.
Yes, for father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened?
Vera ...
My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent.
The talent? For making forgeries?
How should I say it? It was not only paintings that made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything? Smiley face.
Father was so proud and I was so happy. But at the end I was making those
Forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door.
Now, because of...
My father is.
Do you know about this red envelope?
I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already creating your works back then?
I started when I was only 12 years old.
So the one who figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio.
I painted those as part of my work.
Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings.
I see. Mr. Justice?
Yeah?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Right and Co. law offices.
But lately we're not doing just law.
Yes, we do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
Well, they're not really gags.
Yet even Father heard of it. You had resumed the legal... When Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was.
Who was Mr. Mission?
How am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. So she's doing her nails again. We know that the victim's daughter Vera was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. October 8, 1:36 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3.
Court is now back in session.
Vera, she's biting her nails. Vera seemed pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Mission Forger persona? Vera ... Scared. There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
What's hard?
Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Exclamation mark. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting, the remarkably similar one?
Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. Vera biting her nails. ...
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this red envelope. Exclamation mark. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
The red envelope.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than the painting. Father handled the deal, all of it.
Picture of a stamp.
I received a stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right. Okay. I need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I created things and Father sold them.
Hold it!
So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too.
Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work?
My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery.
True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father.
Alright. This envelope came after my first work that was other than the painting.
Oops.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean you only done painting up to that point?
Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
Headset. It's getting old. Need to adjust the mic. Because I'm putting the mic closer so I can talk slowly. But right now the connection with my headphones is weak. I can only hear sound through one. And after a while, if it's twisted too much, it feels like the mic doesn't recognize the headphone anymore. So for instance,
a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon the cup, or a signature on the document, a seal upon a letter.
none of these makes her sound very innocent at all. Unser $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham.
A new industry?
The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh.
Father handled the deal, all of it.
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. the Fräulein was lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and then sent them back, I believe.
Well, did he follow the instruction? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp?
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
I received a stamp that was in that envelope, picture of a stamp.
Hold it!
What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back, a troquinin.
Objection!
Un moment, Herr Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera? Why did you receive this stamp? Da da da. Yeah, she's staring at the clavier.
Is something wrong?
It was beautiful.
You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? Sad face. Oh, it was a frown face. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite a close call.
It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job ties them to the criminal underworld. I would think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face.
So you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in.
Sad face. Apparently not. Apollo ... About this commemorative stamp. Could you tell us more about it? Vera ...
It was very pretty, and more to that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new? Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you will be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fräulein. Vera ... Smiles. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it.
Hold it!
Magicians?
I love mysterious things, I always have.
Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat.
You're confusing mysterious with freaky.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I love it so much.
See? Isn't magic great?
Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. I was quite sad.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? Now, where have I heard that before? The red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes it a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Apollo!
We're close, we just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. So, there's supposed to be a contradiction in here. I'm gonna save here and try to present something related to the Grammaries. I'm gonna try my ticket.
Objection!
It worked. Those magician you like, was it this bunch? Dot dot dot. Smile.
Apollo, they're not a bunch!
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question.
Well, pretty stamps are always better. You can't beat true grammarly.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin?
Dot dot dot.
Prosecutor Gavin?
Dot dot dot. Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? Question mark. In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. She's biting her nails. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Vera dot dot dot.
Can I ask why?
No! Answer the question! Now!
Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yeah, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know, please, Miss Misham, tell me. Dot dot dot.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book! Please be more specific.
Dot, dot, dot. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary.
He's sweating bullets. Clavier dot dot dot. No! I don't know! She's scared. Judge is surprised. True C.
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yeah or nine? Exclamation mark.
How did you know?
Objection!
Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Clavier dot dot dot. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled solid mentor. He told you nothing? Solid? Who? Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Daddy?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. But how he came to lose his attorney badge? Exclamation mark. It was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence? And the forger who made that evidence? Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked you, Misham, you to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? She's biting her nails again. Dot dot dot.
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was...
Oh, Vera ... Something happens to her.
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yeah, what? Is there something about me? ...
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. ...
Who was it? ... Vera! Then she faints. She falls on her back, flat.
Devil.
Defendant Vera Misham, condition unconscious. Examiner diagnosis acute atroquinine poisoning. This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. We see a young Prosecutor Gavin with a black trench coat, his sunglasses, less earrings, but still his Governor necklace chain on his neck, an open V-neck. And this is where we must go. Baby Trucy! To find the whole truth. Everything is brown, like it's from 7 years ago. To be continued. Alright, this is the moment. This is where we're going to figure out how Phoenix Wright lost his badge. So, this is where I'm going to